Hey everyone, my name is Makan. Welcome to this tutorial. I'm going to teach you about the Unbound Game Engine editor and its creation tools to be able to create inside this engine. This is a game engine. You can create video games inside it. Programming, they are going to add visual scripting, all of the necessary tools for a game engine is going to be added to this engine. It's called Unbound. It's in alpha stage right now. I'm one of the alpha testers. uh, in this tutorial I'm teaching you how to use SDF, sign distance field technology, to create and model inside the engine. This is something that we are going to create. I've created for this tutorial. This tutorial is going to be around 7 hours and 40 minutes, and it's in two sections. The section one is that I'm going to explain the UI, user interface, and how to use Unbound. I'm going to talk about the developers, the engine, and how you can you know work with this, the whole UI stuff. Then in the second stage of this tutorial we are going to create this art, this 3D scene, 3D model, as you can see. And yeah, let's do this. And these are also my other works that I've created inside Unbound. You create everything from scratch to 100% inside the engine itself. Unbound, it uses SDF, a very cool way of creating modeling, texturing, and creating animation. SDF, with SDF, uh, creating a video game at the end. You will be able to create all of these inside Unbound Game Engine itself. It's similar to Dreams for PS4, but as a real game engine for commercial. These are the examples. As these examples, as you're watching, I've created them myself, uh, all inside Unbound. After this tutorial, you also will be able to create such models and creations inside the engine itself. We are going to create this scene. I will explain in real time, everything about this scene. I'm going to create this in real time. I think it's going to be around 3 hours or 4 hours creation. The first stage is, I think, is around 2-3 hours teaching about the everything about the UI and the creation modeling features. Yes, you can also find me at my YouTube channel, which I'm going to post it. Obviously, I have other time lapses of creating my models inside Unbound as well. I think I added the, yes, the mic version as well. It's kind of, yes. Then you can also find me at my artist station. I will link the whole thing, the tutorials, and this is my Twitter. You can also follow me here, and if you have questions you can ask me here as well. And this is the Unbound website, which you can join the Discord and start working with Unbound. You need to join the early access and request to join in the general channel, then the developers most likely will add you to early access and you can start using the engine itself. I want to show this animation. As you can see, you can animate with Unbound as well, and they also can blend. In my opinion, is incredible technology. You can make video games and 3D models, everything. In this tutorial I'm going to teach you the whole 3D creation part of Unbound, and these are the videos. I'm actually right now rendering them. Let me see. Yes, for example, I'm talking about the UI and what is SDF, stuff like that. As we go more further, I'm going to teach about the UI, how to use the stuff inside Unbound, what all of these buttons uh, do. It's heavier stuff. Yeah, as you can see, we are going to create this apple together. The whole process is here. Yeah, happy unbounding, and let's do this. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, my name is Makan. Welcome to this video. In this video I'm going to teach you how to work with Unbound Game Engine. Unbound Game Engine is a game engine based on SDF and Lua programming. SDF is shortened of signed distance function. I don't know exactly how it works or what is this, but from an artist's understanding, it's a way that two shapes can blend to each other. This can be used for lighting, texturing, 2D shapes, and 3D geometries. Uh, Unbound is the only game engine available for PC and commercial stuff that we have, you know. But there is there are other applications, creation tools like Dreams for PS4 and PS5. Where can I find it? Yes, that people create um, their creations. They can be video games and animations, drawing, paintings of it, dreams. There is Conjure SDF, Magica CSG, another application I kind of don't remember. For Womb 3D also, these are applications that you can create with SDF, but as a game engine we only have Unbound that you can use for commercial uh, games that you can sell. These are the developers of Unbound. Very lovely people, very professional people, very humble. Uh,
Florian Honig.
yeah, it's hard for me to pronounce their names, so best to do that.
Andrea Interguglielmi.
I mean, I never could spell his last name, Andrea. uh, Anyways, this is the website. As you can see, you can create very hard, uh, sharp booleans, animate the shapes, uh, crazy stuff, blend the colors, blend the shapes together. This is very interesting. um, what I wanted to talk about sign distance. This is the documentation for Unbound, by the way, which is little hard to read right now, but for programming this is pretty cool, and you can learn good stuff with it once you learn about the Lua programming. This is their blog, this is their Twitter, this is their website, this is my uh, Twitter. Oh, sorry, this is my cat. As you can see, it's 5:30 a.m. and it's feeding time or opera time for cats. Uh, this is the Discord for Unbound. This is very important area that you need to can talk about the developers. Oh, I forgot, this is my artist station if you want to check out my works. I'm making some YouTube tutorials and progress with Unbound as well. For example, I'm comparing Unbound and Dreams here, and to discovering the ways that you can scope with SDF for the developers. This is, in my opinion, very useful to study the top leading SDF creation and learn from it. This part is about flex and sculpting. And what else? This is the creation of dreams.
I don't know how to use a computer.
They deeply talk about the
Dual contouring,
SDF
which is a
creation.
technique with links in the slide notes.
If you really want to
Inspired by
know
those two papers, as
how
your product,
SDF
in this case,
works,
user-generated content all the way down. Crystal, I know she's got no eyes in that, but I just like, yes, I can draw a
how
million
is the process. This is a good video if you want to go deeply
of them, and
learn
these are
about
single pixel splats. So my goal wasn't just
SDF creation
well,
as a game engine.
why is it so slow?
This is a very valuable video in my opinion from Media Molecule. As far as programming, I'm personally going to watch this. This is almost 4 hours video tutorial about Lua programming crash course, a beginner to advanced as it's.
Welcome to your first Lua tutorial.
It's typical, about functions,
is
math,
equal to 2. That is a global scope variable.
if,
You might see that
or
my
while,
IDE
this
actually
sort
gives
of
me a little
things.
bit of a blue line here.
Unbound is a little different as the developer said, but from this documentation you can also adjust the problems and learn. But this is a very good place to start learning Lua, then start working with Unbound. Also, Unbound is uh, adding visual scripting as well. As you can see, it's the beginning of the visual scripting, very fun way. You can also edit your own notes, stuff like that, which is, in my opinion, very cool. They are adding visual scripting as well. What else? These are the famous dreamers that you can study from. This is for example, time lapse of my creation I did for Unbound, by the way. uh, that you can learn and compare and understand how this works. What else? This is the media molecule. This is the behind the scene. Okay, I don't know. I don't think I have more to say about Unbound. It's a game engine. It's in alpha. You have to ask the developers to get access to the uh, early access. It's going to be released soon, and yeah, for now it's only private alpha. You have to ask the developers permission to get access to Unbound. When you install Unbound, the files are in your documents, and in the library sections, the model, you can find your models. The cool thing is they are less than 5 megabytes. You know, all of those heavy scenes and stuff that if you want to make with polygons, they are like going to be gigabytes, but in Unbound you only have less than 5 megabytes. And the developer said that it's just not optimized yet, so it's going to be even lower in size, less than kilobytes probably. In case you want to know where you can save stuff, your mother's and stuff is going to be here. Your kid, history, all of these cool stuff is going to be stored here. Um, Games, export. I think the export part is in for the future. They will make it available, possible. Your scripts also is going to be stored here, which I think you need to open it with Visual Scripting. Every time you create a script, it's going to be saved here, then you can use it. For this part, I need to study myself. What I'm going to teach you guys today is the uh, studio, how you can work with the editor. When you open the Unbound, you see this starting page. This is your feature. These are the works I have done for with Unbound so far. This is your library, which all of them are connected here. You know, these are some examples. I don't know. It says play scripts. Areas that you can work with, programming with Lua, and probably make games as well. Which is the main goal of this. It's a game engine after all. For example, we can run this. It's a very stylish, lovely scene. Very promising in my opinion. Which you can use your keyboard and to make it work. Okay. Alright. I wanted to add ambient music for the background to make it more enjoyable. Anyways, this is the starter screen of Unbound. Before I start with making a tutorial, making a sculpting model, first of all, English is not my native language. I think you already understood that. I'm doing my best to pronounce things better stuff, but if you hear I say something wrong, pronounce something wrong, notice that it's because it's not my native language, so apologies for that. Before we start Unbound, if the best way is to use a Wacom or a graphic tablet. If you have Cintiq, well, hooray to you. But if you are like me to have a Intuos Pro, it is still really workable and make it enjoyable. It works with the mouse very easily and nicely, by the way. But for long hours of work, the mouse probably will make your hands tired. Your fingers won't move after that, especially if you have a cooling system in your house. Your fingers will be frozen. To fix the adjusting Unbound for the Wacom graphic tablets, it's best that you put the middle click for the first click and right click on the upper one, and there is no need to use Windows Ink or press it or anything like that. I think if I select this it might work. Let's first open Unbound Studio. You simply click on it and you open it. Let's first check out my own library, for example. Let's open this one. This is one of the works that I did with Unbound. I'm going to teach you right now with the navigation. I am clicking the middle. Let's first try this. I want to know what will happen. Nothing really is happening when I'm clicking this. Cool. So usually it's good to use Windows Ink, but it gives you problem. Simply turn it off. But usually you need to turn this on, especially when you're working with Photoshop. I am clicking the middle click here, and it's panning the viewport. Now I am okay, we have a problem. Let's see. I'm clicking the mouse. If I hold the right click and drag, it should zoom in. Let's see why it's not doing that with the Wacom one. Maybe I have to remove that one. Hopefully it's going to work. Probably the all other is affecting the whole thing. If I select use ink, Wacom is kind of weird, but right now I'm having my pen with Wacom and I'm clicking, right clicking, and it's zooming in and out. I'm middle clicking and it's panning, and I'm pressing the graphic tablet and dragging, and it's rotating. Okay, cool. Let's open the other scenes as well. I will talk about all of this. Dragging, zooming, panning around. Pretty cool. with your Wacom tablet or any graphic tablet, Expand, One, whatever. It works better than just using a mouse. So to review again, simply find your application Unbound by clicking your Wacom on, or if it is Expand, it's kind of should be different, but probably similar. Find Unbound application and in a pen customize it yourself and put the right click on up and middle down. You don't have to touch anything else, and you simply can navigate around with this, as you can see. Okay, we are going to, I didn't open this one. Oh yeah, that one. It was one of the very first creations I did with the Unbound. Cool stuff. Anyway, let's on. It's kind of heavy. Okay, let's talk about the UI, user interface. When you open Unbound, it's very friendly. You see these, and you hover over the icons, you see the descriptions that is telling you what these are doing, right? So I clicked library. This is very important area. If you want to save your work, you have to come here, and it's best that you save it constantly, continuously. You don't want to forget saving, because you might get crashes and you will lose most of your works. So it's best that you save your work. When you save, which I will show you guys here, click studio, we run it. For example, I click the new model, so just bring a model. I will talk about these later. I just want to save. Let's call it Apple. Let's say I am saving this. Okay, I saved that. You can come to your collection, which you have kids, which we'll talk about this one. I didn't try this one myself. New collection, create new collection. Let's say I don't know how it works or whatever. Maybe new collection kind of means as a new scene. When you select your model that you save, you can import it or load it, right? If I say import, let's bring something, for example this. Let's import the beer 2. It's going to import the beer 2 scene, but it doesn't support the lighting. I'm going to fix the zooming part. If you press F frame, okay, click tracking the object, and for example if you click this and press F, it kind of zoom in. As you can see, it just brings the model. You don't have any lighting, you only have your current scene lighting, okay, which is not really a good thing. But if we can load, if we want to load that, you know, it's like creating a scene, it's not importing, you know, it kind of translate to that. So if I open our scene here, we are in the library. So you saw that you can, for example, import and I'm pressing delete key to remove that, or you can open a new scene. Let's say I import this one here, and then I say create new collection. What will happen? It's like I have created a new scene. It kind of feels like that. So I load this one here. As you can see, we did that. When I am clicking the scene that I want to load, there is a history, by the way. It kind of creates a backup. If sometimes you get face crashes and stuff, you will have a backup here as well. For me, the backup didn't really work that good, so I suggest that you be really careful and save yourself manually, like every 30 minutes stuff. Or if you're doing something important in your model, you did something powerful, you know, big stuff, big edit, want to go to the next stage, definitely save, because I personally lost some of my works while I was working with Unbound. Obviously this is alpha, it's normal to have this sort of stuff, but you need to be careful and save. Let me see if I'm recording. Yeah. Anyways, this is about the saving, working with collection, and kits. Kits is, let's bring one. It's a very buggy stuff for now. Don't bother with this that much. It's kind of requires more work. But in short, kit is a very creative way that you can use with Unbound. Let me load this from scratch again. Kits is this. This is remix kit, right? You can open your own customized kits and use them for fast modeling. The idea is that you create a shape and you bring that shape into your workflow. See? And this way you can have your own custom models, you know, if you want to play something or create a model. This is super smart in my opinion and very valuable. And they are blendable. You can blend with others as well, as you can see. Super valuable, but I think it kind of needs more work. It's kind of difficult to drag this model. I don't know how. Let's see if I double click, put it, yeah. See, as you can see, I have created a new model. which is super helpful. It's like kit bashing. You can save this or avoid that. Depends on you. It's very helpful, very powerful, the remix kit, but in my opinion it's little buggy and requires more love, which users like me and alpha testers should kind of work with this more and make it more powerful. Let's remove that. That's about the remix kit. The other icon folder is sculpting. You click your model, double click. No, just click. Your scope section will be activated. Well, it's very explanatory. You can cut this and paste this. You can copy this and paste this and put this here, as you can see. You can clone this. When you clone that, if you go to edit mode and change its properties, it's going to be like instance clone. Copies from the original, right? It's an instance. Mirror. Let's see about mirror. Removing that, removing this. Let's see about the mirror. Mirror is little tricky. For example, let's say I go to the edit mode and scale this, changing its shape, putting that here, little like that. I click mirror. See, I have created a mirror object, which is probably instance 2. You can blend that. Oh, unfortunately it's not instance. Maybe they can add this feature as well. You can remove that and select mirror again, and it does the job. Match. Probably it matches. It's like an align tool, probably. Let's see. It says pick and edit all model to match its position and rotation. I select that. Oh, very, very handy. As you can see, it's like the known align tool that we use every day. You select the object that you want to match its position to the desired object. For example, I'll select this, I click match, and I select the target object. So let's try match. What? Oh, you have to go to the edit mode to make that happen. If you go to the edit mode, it's going to make it happen. As you can see, I'm pressing Ctrl Z by the way to going back. Now, double clicking easily goes to edit mode, you know. So yeah, center pivot. Probably put the pivot into the center. Just reset. Reset is going to reset all of the position, rotation stuff. Let's see what will happen. Oh, it kind of puts the object into the center of the grid, which is a good thing. And every time I click, kind of resetting to the original, which is a good thing and a bad thing sometimes, but generally a good thing. So we learn about the center pivot, resetting to the whole thing to the original scene stuff. We might be able to select, shift, select, reset, shift, select. Apparently, if I do that, it only affects the last selection. Or since it was a mirror, yeah, if I, for example, copy paste this, select reset, as you can see the copy paste and the other one together, they are going to be into the center of the scene. It's resetting them to the center. But if we do that for the mirror object, it's not going to affecting it, because probably the center of the pivot is here. If I put the center here, the center was in the center of the scene, the whole scene, you know, it was centered already. So if I say reset, nothing happened. But right now, if I do that, it's going to be centered in the middle of the scene. So it's based on the position of the pivot. Since the mirror was in pivot, in the center, nothing really happened. The reset thing is good for mirror, by the way. If you want to mirror your object, it's a good thing to do that. Well, there is an edit list. Edit list is valuable. You can do important stuff with edit. Right now, I'm going to teach you guys here. Well, let's just teach it right now. Obviously, I'm selecting an object. In the left area, you can see the options for your object. I'm going to talk about the different models later, but let's for now talk about here. You can delete your object. I did Ctrl C to bring it back. You can change its look, its roughness. The more you put it down, it's less rough. No, it's super reflective, and you bring it high, it's going to be very rough and no reflection. Emissive is like that, it's going to emit light. Probably shadows in the future too, if it doesn't have it right now. Colorize. Let's see what that's supposed to be. change its color, I will talk about this later. I want to know what color is. It's probably the color of emissive null. Colorize is like that you can add some sort of colors adding to your object. For example, the screen, you want to add a little blue to it, which is very cool. You can do that too. Very interesting. Now that we are here, this is the color wheel. You can copy, paste, color, copy color, and paste it to the other object. You can pick from, for example, here and paste it to this guy. You can pick here. I already did that. For example, I want this color. I copy this. I come here. Paste it here. You know, this is the whole color wheel. C-Throw is one of the awesome features they included. It's going to be transparent object. It's pretty good for glass, transparent water stuff. It's a little noisy, but in future these things will be improved. C-Throw is a very good feature. One of the really cool features is unlit. Unlit is best that I show it, for example, here. If, for example, I put unlit here, it's going to be a completely overcast type of model. It won't really be affected by light or anything special. You can tell that, hey, don't cast shadows. What is this? Or receive shadows and don't cast shadows. If I say don't receive shadows, the object is not casting shadows. I mean receiving shadows and casting shadows. And you can make it unlit, meaning that it's going to be diffuse color. In short, it's all going to be just the color, nothing else. See? Which can be very interesting for some certain areas, some books. That's the definition of, the part for the unlit. Very, very important to achieve some sort of unique look. And this is also can work for UI as well. Yes, UI for the game, user interface for, a scene that you have that you need to create some mini map, for example, or you're showing your gun numbers, let me show you the usage of unlit here. I will talk about this area later. So, as we can see, this is a dark scene. Let's say I want to make this unlit. See, if I put unlit here in this dark scene, it's casting nothing. So, if I also add little emissive to it, colorize. Yes, you can add colorize to it as well. You can make it whiter, stuff. You can also do stuff, but as you can see, it's not receiving any shade. It's just going to be a cell shaded type of, color, only well. We can create a new model, go into the edit mode, by the way, if you add new models like that, they are not going to be blended. But if you go to the edit and add new model, they are going to be considered as one part. Apparently I was in the edit mode for that. What I meant was, if you are outside, you know, oh, apparently if you click an object and add new model, it's going to include it within the selected object. But if you're outside adding, nothing is, they are separate objects. I just wanted to show you guys selecting, going to the edit. I can change, I will talk about this later, but quickly I would like to create a cone. Which object? Okay, inside Unbound apparently we don't have I forgot its name in English. Adding inner boolean. Apparently we don't have that. Which is a bummer. So we can make that happen ourselves. Just copy, paste, little scale, little like that, selecting this, which is called subtract. You can see, and here comes the edit list. You can select the shapes inside your edit. For example, I want the first shape. You can put it here and there, by the way, but you don't want to do it right now here. I want to create, for example, a minimap. Sadly, a snap tool is not yet that perfect here, but we can have enable a snap to the grid. Just one, precision, and since I am only selecting that, you can come out of the edit mode or select two of the shapes, but coming out is better. Now we have a circle. Turn off the snap grid. Let's bring it here. Go into the edit and changing this color, for example, to white. Changing this one, as you can see, the colors are showing what type of color they have. Let's put this dude into white as well. Since the lighting in this scene is kind of red, is affecting that, but as soon as I click on it, as you can see, nothing is going to affect this dude, and it can serve as for example, a UI, a minimap in your scene, something like that. Then later on you can animate that as well. Obviously you can turn these off and hopefully it works with the perspective too. If you attach it to the camera later on and stuff like that, it might be able to be serve as a UI or a special type of a stylish modeling, coloring. Without adding any light, you can create your models this way. Unique type of ways of, for example, a stylish art is very possible with OnLead. Very valuable feature. Anyways, we were talking about OnLead, and now we reached the resolution. Speaking about resolution, it's best that I open this dude, because this dude took lots of memory to create. To save memory, you can play around with the resolution. You can click here and you can see how many memory it's using. Right now Unbound is only using 2 GB of memory for a graphic, which later on they will fix that, and they optimize it already. This thing was super heavy, I really pushed Unbound to make this happen. It has so many shapes with high resolution and stuff. That's why it's taking 474. If you check out, for example, my other works, it's just 16, for example, and it's quite a scene if you look at this. Or the bear, for example, is only 5.96% memory, and it's a very heavy scene in my opinion too. So what I made there was super heavy, that's why you can use resolution. Let me see if I'm still recording. Yes, that would be really bad if I just talk to myself. Resolution here, you just click you don't go to the edit, you just click the model and you control this slider. You can go super high or you can lower it down according to what you are aiming. You can define the resolution you want and save and manage memories. For example, here for this one, you really don't need to have this amount of resolution. As you can see, we can lower it down to this level, and from 74 we save and we reach to 71, which is very important. Unfortunately, it hits the resolution. The texture is really bad. If I put it down, as you can see, the textures are kind of will be destroyed. But we reach the 69% memory, which is very good. Same thing here. Yeah, it's just giving me some. As you can see, you can play around and manage the memory yourself later on. We can lower this down 66%, 63%. This one can be reaches 62% memory. We can lower down the eyes. example, you know, probably we can shift select. Apparently I selected that. This model, this suitcase has some, you know, I tried this boolean thing, subtract the shapes, it's just making me some problems. I don't know if I touch it what will happen. You know, I don't want to touch it because apparently oh, this one also has that feature. You see, I don't want to mess around with that. So let's select shift select here, and lower it down the resolution. And as you can see, we are in 45 memory. So we can lower down resolution for this as well. So this is how you can optimize your model, and it will be better in time in future. That was about the resolution. We talked about the whole thing here. You know, these are the shapes you can add, which we are going to explore these. Edit, you can click on it and edit. I'm going to talk about the edit in depth later on. We talk about the metal, rough, emissive, colorize, see-through, unlit, resolution. Now splats. Splats in dreams we call it flex. It's just an textures that you can use it as mustache, beard, grass, you know, you name it. Or clouds. They are adding to it a lot. It really relates to the resolution as well. If you have very high resolution, splats are going to be smaller. If you lower the resolution, splats going to be bigger. If you select lower splats, it's kind of bigger. If you increase the splats, it's going to be super small. Depends on what you're aiming. These are the different type of splats. Maybe in future they will change it as well. So far we have these. This splats is really smooth and good for clouds as well. Let's see. Well, you can control the opacity of your splats, which is really cool, and in fact I made this cloud with this feature. I completely turned off the, added the see-through feature for the geometry itself, and made the splats with limited opacity and a soft alpha texture, and managed to create this cloud, which looks pretty like a cloud and very dreamy. And these are also example of see-through for a shape. Right now, if I go here, you can lower down the opacity, splat size, fluff, jitter, bump, especially the jitter color. Creates really cool, like impressionist type of paintings. You know, you can create some really cool stuff with this. You can lower down the opacity. You can select different type of textures. Depends on you. You can, for example, add see-through for the main object. Lower down the opacity. I mean, if I turn this off, you can see that, you know, there is nothing, just a splash. And you can, as you can see, you can lower the splash here, lower the opacity, control the size, make the fluff, brightness, color. And unlit also works. You can make it unlit. Colorize doesn't really work, but emissive works. So you can make it little emissive as well. You don't have control on emissive color probably. Only with the color that you have here. It affects the emissive at the same time. You know. You can control the emissive. You can make it unlit a little too, just a diffuse color. You know, without opacity. And if you just select this smooth shape, you are able to create some textures like grass, clouds, smoke, all sorts of things like this. And it really depends on you. And if you lower down the resolution, as you can see, the lower the resolution, the more it's closer to, for example, a cloud. And if we, for example, add an object behind this, we probably can see that object. Probably, not 100%. Let's add an emissive. Yeah, kinda, but without light affecting it. So, it doesn't really affect it that much. It's all too bright. original shape. That's about the splats. In fact, you have to just tweak it to get what you want, and you can play around with it a lot to see what's going on. It all depends on you to achieve what you have in mind. Okay, let's just remove this shape, probably this one too, the new model. Let's bring back the grid. Removing this one as well. Alright, I had to take a break. I noticed that my voice wasn't really loud in the previous video. So in the previous video, yeah, I talk about the splats. Now let's delete this for you guys, add a new one. It usually should snap in the middle. I don't know why it's not happening here. When you create a new model, it usually should snap in the middle. Maybe I should reset it. Yeah, if you click the reset all, it put it back to the center. So we talk about these areas. I can go talk about the edit section or finish this area, then go into the edit section. We talk about the whole scope section. Now let's talk about the stage. Interesting. When you select a model, you can see its name and you can change its name. I didn't notice that before. You can hide it. Cool. Show all. This is your lights. You can create a new lighting. Joint. Camera, environment, organizer. Let's bring the organizer as well. We talk about the organizer first. So let's add a bunch of models. Let's change its look, which I will talk about these later on. By the way, I'm using my mouse right now because I'm not doing anything special yet. But if I'm going to use model something, which we are going to do that, I will use my Wacom graphic tablet, which you can have whatever you want, whatever graphic tablet you have. Anyways, let's go with the this area. These are very self-explanatory. Show all, hide, show all. It's not really big deal. Light, we can create a new light. We can rotate it. Let me add a plane, by the way. Oh, it's a snapping. Cool. I have to go to the edit. I am going to make it like that. Going to little hard edges. Put it down. I would like to change its color to something like this, a medium gray. I like to put it rough it, rough color, little maybe metal, maybe just a little metal. Let's hide the grid for now. Alright, we were in a stage. I selected a spotlight. I'm not really fond of the what they call it, navigators, transformation, gizmos. It's not terrible, it's not bad, but personally not really fond of. You can enable shadows, which is important. Here as well you want shadows. Shadow, oh, why you only can have, oh, this because this is sunlight. So if I, let's talk about the light for example, then I explore, so, this is sunlight. Obviously this is intensity and stuff. Radius, make it, as you look at the specularity reflection of the sphere, you can see that it can become bigger and smaller, sharper, rougher, stuff like that. You can enable the shadows, which is very important. Penumbra, which soft shadow, I don't know why they call it penumbra. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Penumbra, sorry, I'm just very picky guy. Penumbra, come on, come on. Alright, later. Soft shadow, which is very needed and important. And the color of the light. You know, daylight. We can change its color to something neutral and yeah, probably that's better. Going back to the stage, selecting the sunlight, and you can delete it. Control Z, taking it back. You can select what category, which I'm going to talk about that. We can change its intensity, the radius, cast shadow or not, how harsh or soft be the shadow. You know, I think the shadow is like STF2. You can rotate it obviously. Lighting is good inside Unbound, to be honest. It's not real time yet, and there are open source GI from AMD or Godot they can use if it's really kind of difficult. But I love to see uh, real-time global illumination and a space, a screen, a space inside Unbound, or maybe RTX. Real-time ray tracing would be really nice. Makes the lighting realistic. But if not, it's already, in my opinion, looking good. So now going to explore the different type of light. We were currently using sun. Now let's select blob. With the blob, I probably need to make it kind of. Can I? No, you can't reset this one. Would be nice if I could reset it, but anyways, going to bring the intensity. As you can see, the radius is affecting. I want to see if it's going to cast shadows. The shadow part has problems. Yeah, you know, I heard that they are going to add shadow for these as well, but as you can see, we only see no shadows, which is not so good right now, but not terrible. Depends on the style, and they are going to fix that later on. Lamp. Let's try that. Looks interesting. We can create cool stuff with it. Obviously, it's not adding shadows as well. Very cool. You know, radius is reach, how far it can go. Hard, the wide, how much wide you want it to be, and soft and hard shadows, and the lighting. What kind of lighting are you aiming? You know, that's about the lighting. It definitely requires shadows, and I heard that they are going to add shadows later on. Hopefully they will add it soon, because without shadows you definitely will have problems, and also GI is important. Anyways, that's about lighting. You can also add a new light, another, for example, lamp, you know. But as you can see, it doesn't cast shadow right now. It's not so boom, mind blowing. New light, new joint. Let's see, new joint. You see, if I click and shift click these two objects and click and add click new joint and selecting the new joint, I kind of grouped these objects and I can move it around stuff. So let's see what it says here. Unlock, lock. Don't know exactly what it does. Edit pivot is very important. Done. As you can see, with the new joint, you are able to rig inside Unbound as well. Later on, we can animate. For example, it's a hand. You know, you control the pivot. Attach children. For example, let's say I'm adding this light to the new joint. Super handy feature. Very powerful. You know, unpack. Attach children, attach children, and again we added these guys together. Unpack is like on group, attach children, you add stuff to it. Unlock, edit pivot is very important. Unlock, lock these joints to select it as a whole, unlock it to select each content model. The cool thing about you know, unlock feature is super valuable. If I click the joint, I can move it around, right? And if I select individual parts, I can change them around, you know, without needing to, you know, it's like going inside the group, which is very, in my opinion, handy and valuable feature. And then I can, for example, like it, I don't want more editing and stuff. Then if you select each one of these children that are in the group, you will select the whole, you know. But if you select unlock, you can select the individual as the description is saying, you know. That's about the joint feature, which is super important, super valuable. And cool thing is, if I select a joint and hide it, I will be able to hide the whole children that are under the in the group of joint. And then I can select show all. You can name the joint, for example, I call it one, for example. This is very important, and I probably should have used joint for my works, you know. I didn't use it, but previously they gave me some errors and bugs and crashes, so I was afraid to use it, but apparently they fixed it and stuff. Joint is very important when it comes to animations, because you can animate, add the objects to the parts, you know, of the, according to the character model. For example, is arm, leg, you kind of control them with joints, and later on you can, you know, like this, move it around like it's walking, stuff like that, animate them. Super important. I would like to see if we can involve joint with edit. No, inside edit you are not able to involve any joint stuff. Interestingly, if you just go to the scope without, you know, talking about joint or anything like that, you can change everything. You know, I can go put it here and get back to the joint, and it's going to be like that, which if you are not aware of this, it can cause you problems. It has pros and cons, as they say, advantage and disadvantage. Probably my joint is, yeah. Camera is also very important part of Unbound when it comes to, you know, creating the final look of your work. It's photo perspective and autographic, they call it. Depends on, you know, if you're making some sort of games that are like that, autographic, you can go for it, or super perspective, which is good. You have control over the exposure, which is can play a big role when it comes to, for example, special lighting. I use exposure, you know, for this scene to create a foggy, sunlighty day according to the illustration I've seen, you know, to create a effect like that. So super important how your game should look like later on with exposure. I wish it has some default, you know, back to resetting to the default. You can't which is not really good. And I wish we could write numbers here, by the way. Bloom. Bloom works with the threshold and radius too, by the way. I'm trying to add some reflective stuff, or maybe increasing the intensity of the object. I might be able to create, to show some bloom. It plays a big role with exposure too. You know, the radius. Too much of bloom, as you can see, it's not so good. Threshold. The lower the threshold, the more you see your bloom. As you can see. Going to the camera. Yes, contrast is super important. These are the ways that you can define how your work should look like. Saturation. I don't know why saturation is affecting the reflectivity here for blue stuff, but you know, saturation is important. Vibrance. If you use saturation too much or threshold too much, kinda can affect the vibrance and stuff. So you need to know how to deal with these guys yourself. You can put down vibrance lower and saturation higher. Blacks can, you know, improve the add the black area to your work, adding contrast. You can create the look you're looking for, you know, adding blooms, add some sort of very interesting effects. Like that. Can be very cool, in my opinion. Very interesting effects can be can be created with this. So I don't think we have more to say about the camera section. Going to try the environment. Environment, you can increase its, you know, lighting, lowering it down. For the beer section, I played with the environments a lot. As you can see, I've created some fog effect. This was without knowing about the see-through. I mean, it was before see-through or transparency feature for the objects, you know, like this. We could create some more style with that. But yeah, as you can see, we have some fog, bloom, and interesting exposures for the environment because we use this environment section with camera to create really good lighting. Obviously with the sun feature as well. I don't know why you reset that. I just changed yes, we are in the environment section. You can control the exposure of the environment, which is very important. You can select the color for the top, which is going to be, for example, here. For example, we want some sort of yellow color for the top, and we can tell the amount of light for the top. By the way, for example, we want to have this amount for the top, you know, and for the center, as you can see, you define that yourself according to the lighting you have in mind, and you can say the amount of color for the center. The bottom, for example, you can say, hey, I want some green like that, and it's amount something like this, and you can tell the exposure, how much exposure you're looking for, aiming, stuff like that. Then there is occlusion. To show the occlusion, we have to occlude, make objects to contact each other. See? To see the amount of occlusion, we go to the environment. If I lower it down, you see nothing, but if you go higher, you see the amount of occlusion. And if we go to the, for example, camera, and add the contrast, add the black, you can make it more pronounced. They call it in English, I don't see. Going to environment, and occlusion off, occlusion on to the highest. And fog can be helpful. You can control the look of the fog, you know, and its height. Fall off, the height. It's a little tricky to work with the height and fall off stuff. Distance, how far it goes back, stuff. Its opacity. The amount of fog. It can be very interesting according to what you are aiming, you know. Probably in future we can animate that as well, and maybe adding more features like textures and different type of cloudsy, you know, texture stuff for the fog would be very cool. It can really affect the whole thing. You can create underwater or foggy environment, spooky scenes. Really cool stuff is possible with the fog. I think there are rooms to improve the fog, but this is about the fog. about everything else. Yeah. The example I used with the fog here is, as you can see, near to the water. I added some fog. You can feel this fog here. Cool stuff, right? As you can see, I added some blue, distance, opacity. You can see that there is some sort of fog feeling when you go lower. It all depends on the artist to create what they have in their mind to create. It depends on the artist, what look they are achieving. Okay, let's talk about the organizer. Excuse me. Organizer is somewhat similar to joint. Let me see if I'm recording. Yes. But it's like the hierarchy and timeline, they call it, inside Blender or Maya, Cinema 4D, you know, or any other game engine. Organizer, as its name is saying, its job is to organize. So it's like this. If I add this joint group to the organizer, as you can see, I can remove that. I mean, selecting them, hiding them, not removing, hiding them, selecting them. That's really a good thing, right? Adding another, oh, just gotta love the bloom here. Very cool feature. Editing, selecting, and sphere. Yes. I will talk about all of these later. Let's just for now accept what you see. Later on we will talk, and we are going to create a very cool model, cool 3D scene together. I'm just going to demonstrate the organizer. Adding another object, adding this to the organizer. As you can see, I can select that one or this one. Remove. I don't know why it's calling them one. Don't know. Organizer can be little buggy. I mean, changing its name or adding or including to them, it can cause some problems. It's in alpha stage. But this is what you can do so far. Really fast, grouping, organizing stuff, really cool. Mixing it with the joint button, it will be very useful, very valuable. Excuse me, I'm not used to talk too much. Let's see. Yes, I am going to add a new model. Let's say I'm going to add this cube, right? I select my second list tag for the organizer, and I want to include, shift selecting the cube, or maybe just selecting the cube, and I say, hey, include that to my tag too, because I am selecting that as well. As you can see, if you select this tag, it will going to select all of the models inside that tag. or models that tagged with this name. Clicking outside of the scene on empty area is going to deselect. But I am in still by deselecting in the tag number 2, as you can see. If I select here, also deselect the tag. I select the cube, but I'm still here, and I say include. Let's see what will happen. I select this empty area of the tag section. I select the tag number 2. By the way, I know why this number is saying. It says 2 objects are within this tag, or 2 objects have this tag, 1 object have this tag. Now I know why we see this number. So the include works. I select this, and it's going to select these 2, and I can, hide them. Don't know about the colors though. Probably the color is by default. Doesn't have anything to do with the color of the object. So nothing, create a new model. Let's turn this, for example, to Ngon this time. Bring it here, and something like that. Selecting, deselecting in the scene, selecting this object. I am going to include this to this tag number 2. Deselecting, as you can see, 3 objects are within this. Now I can hide them, I can select them. Really cool stuff is possible with these. Deselect, selecting the cube, clicking the exclude. As you can see, I have only 2 objects with this tag now. Deselecting in the scene, selecting to deselect. This has no tagging system, but I can, for example, select this one, this tag, selecting this cube, telling that include this cube to that section. As you can see by the numbers, it's there, so you can hide, show and hide, and you added this there, added this object to this selection, to these tags. Now if I select them, I can move stuff. Personally, I would like to, I am here, I select, you have to first, for example, I want to exclude this cube from this tag. Let's select nothing. I select these, select these, and then I go and select this cube. I click exclude, and it's excluded. See? And then I come here, as you can see, I can hide it. I think my cat broke something. I can smell a perfume in my room. I don't know what's going on. I have to go investigate. It's really weird. It's something like a perfume is broken or something. The whole room is smelling a perfume. My cat is just a wonder. Anyway, let's finish this first. Selecting the tag number 2, selecting the object I want to include. I come here to the tag system and click the include. Now as you can see, we have 3 objects that have this tag. To prove it, I can hide and select them, move them around. Yep, that's wrap the organizer as well. As you can see, I talk about the whole organizer, library, remix, kit, sculpting, stage, organizer. This area is simple. For example, I select this object. As you can see, let's go to the, for example, scope mode, so that I don't see the these lighting icons. Here you can, for example, click F key to zoom, which unfortunately put you really back. You can switch between local and global, coordinate gizmo. This is global. As you can see, if I just move it round, it doesn't really care. It stays in the uh, global state. If I click this, it's going to be local, which is important. Sometimes you need this, sometimes you don't. A snap to the grid is just one precision right now, can be very helpful. They need to improve this, in my opinion, to add more precision, but very helpful, super helpful. Snap to the surface is very valuable. You can snap these points, for example, to the surface. Clicking these points. Sometimes it's really handy, super handy feature in Unbound. Can be very important feature. Surface to the snap. And this is our grid. Since I am in the edit mode, grid is showing the local view. If I go to the origin, global space, world space, it's going to be just the default grid. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. Hello. It's just that cat music. I don't know, some people said that. Sometimes I'm alone, sometimes I'm not. Hello. Felt like that. Camera facing light. This feature, you need to also be careful about this feature, because I remember mistakenly I was turning this on, and it kind of can affect your lighting, ruin the lighting you're aiming. You need to be careful about that. But in a dark environment, seeing that you are planning to model something, you might want to use this area to see better. As you can see, it says camera facing light. You can see better this way to model something. It kind of destroys harsh shadow area. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. It is helpful with the modeling stuff. you know, to see better what you're doing. Also, the feature on lead with this dude on can be very interesting, as you can see. If you want to see the shape, if you want to, for example, control it, then you can turn it on. Later, for example, doing that like matcap in ZBrush Blender, 3D code, you know, to see better what you're creating, you can play around with unlit and facing camera. Depends on you, obviously, you know. The usage of surface snap, as I said, that is really handy and important. For example, I used surface snap for almost all of the eyebrows, eyelashes, for the dog as well, the corgi dog. uh, these are very important features that can really help you to create your models as best as possible. For example, here I use surface snap a lot. For this section I use surface snap a lot, and I, you know, selected these here. You know, you can shift select or control select or shift, let's see, shift select and copy paste right inside that, you know, but we don't want to right now do that. But yeah, you can do this stuff, and using surface snap helps you to obviously snap these points to these objects, create some sort of cascade, they call it, a backpack for this lovely beer. So one of the very important features in Unbound is surface snap. This is your one of your best friends. Now what is remaining is, for example, explaining the edit. I think I talked about the whole thing about the Unbound. This also shows how much memory you are using, which is a lot for this thing, I don't know why. And this also, there is a volume, for example, you know, create some sounds. A stage 3D icon size. Oh, I have to be in a stage to see that. Where is the light? What happened? I think. Oh, yeah. If you don't like to see them, maybe you can make them smaller, so which is good thing. Point, enable, grip snap. Shortcut keys for what I just told you guys. Point, enable, invert, edit, list, inspector, auto show. Not saying anything. Probably edit list, something like that. Edit list, inspector, auto show, automatically show. This is a good thing to have it around. Okay. And you click these and you go to the Discord and the documentation which I showed you guys earlier. Let's see, where is it? Yes. If you click the question mark, you go to the documentation. Now what is remained to teach is the edit mode right now. I'm selecting the unlock to be able to select individual shapes here, and then we go to the edit. I'm going to talk about the edit later, which for you guys it's going to be completely. For me, I'm going to pause for now. Alright, where were we? Okay. Love the lighting. If I just add shadows and maybe ray tracing, it can be so good in my opinion. Alright, I'm going to talk about the edit mode. I'll talk about the whole UI, just edit mode is remained. Let's talk about the edit mode. After the edit mode, I will start creating a 3D scene in real time, explaining step by step. Excuse me. Alright, when you select an object, I talk about the features that you have already with it, but when you go to edit mode, you have more options. Well, first is the edit mode, delete, which you don't want to do that. Then you might want to do that, but right now we don't want to do that. Second, there is this section. Here you can select different type of shapes, geometries. Each one of these geometries, they have their own attributes and features. One of them is cube, right? If I add another object, by the way, when you go to the edit mode, selecting an object, even without going to edit mode, if you select here new model, this new model will be included to the object as one object, depends on you. Every time I hit Ctrl Z, I have to unlock the joint button. Anyway, I am going to the edit mode. I'm going to add a new shape because I want to explain the blending stuff. I'm using a mouse here, by the way. I would like to change its color, for example, to green. Maybe a little smaller. Yes. For the cube, we have blend mode. I see. I don't know why the blend mode for this is not working. Probably the second object that we added needs to be blended, not the first object. Probably that's what it's supposed to mean. I have no idea. Let's add another object here to explore this. Let's say I'm going to add another cube, adding, for example, a red. If I select the sphere, if I hit the blend mode, as you can see, it's not going to affect the other object. Blending is based on the sequence here, apparently. You know, this sphere blending only affects its behind. This cube blending only works what's behind it. There is nothing behind this cube, so blending is not going to affect anything. Probably it's going to work like that. But anyways, this is called blending. I will talk about these areas and these later, but first we are in a cube mode. Its color, you can change its blending mode, you can change its round, you know, thickness. Oh yes, we have this feature. I forgot. I thought we, you know, before I said that Unbound might doesn't have this feature, but yeah, Unbound has this feature. The thickness, as you can see, you can make it sharp or round. You can make it so round, you know. There is some sort of a snap, by the way. But not anymore. I don't know what was that. So as you can see, I can play around here. What is this? It can be a single shape. We can repeat this. And the repetition is, you know, could be nice if you could have add a space, but we don't. You can repeat these quite a lot. You can do much with this. It's cool, but you know, I don't know why the controls it didn't fix the problem here. Yeah, that's the repetition. You can turn this to an spline, which also to face snap is very handy, can be helpful. As you can see, we are adding a spline. You can add, and you can't go less than 3 points, but you can add points or you can remove the points. The one of the most strongest part of Unbound is the spline. As you can see, I am adding spline. Not sure if blending works for the uh, spline itself, spline's shapes itself. It's not going to affect the sphere or other objects we have here. And repetition is also, you can add repetition. This works best for the spline, and if you add blending, you might be able to create some really cool shapes. And if you blend, you'll be able to create some really cool shapes, that these shapes can be used for many cool stuff. I hope in future we'll be able to, for example, change the shape of each point, but maybe not now, maybe never. I don't know, depends on the developers, but that would be interesting, like the features we have in Loft, in 3D Code, maybe Blender, SketchUp. I remember has this feature as well. I used to use the SketchUp a lot as well myself. 3ds Max has this feature too. Maybe Maya Houdini certainly does have this feature. I think this is super easy with SDF as well. That we be able to change the shape of these points. You can change the color of each point, by the way, which is pretty cool. That's why I'm saying that that would be even much more awesome if we were able to also being able to change the shape of each point. You also can select each point and change its scale, you know, as well. Which can be very helpful. Really depends on the what you want. For example, for the eyebrows, eyelashes for the best friend, I managed to use this feature, you know, and that really helps. Or for these flowers, I use a spline. It's just a very simple example of capability of the spline feature. You can also create a worm like that, by the way, as you can see here. Or we can lower down the repetition and we might be able to create some abstract shapes and very cool stuff, removing the uh, blending. We can do some really cool stuff in my opinion. The limitation is your own mind here. You are able to do lots of cool stuff. It really depends on what you have in mind. We can add more points, changing the color of the point to, I don't know, something else. Maybe making it bigger. You know, you might be able to create an stair with this for your game, that your character can jump on top of these, creating a challenging. So, oh, you can also rotate. I forgot to do that. Yeah, you can rotate each point. They don't have to look the same. You know, again, the limitation is your own mind here. You can do lots of cool stuff with this. It's kind of like a challenging platformer game. Your character might be able to jump on top of these. You can make this by hand, but if we be able to make this with a spline, that can really help a lot. So that was a spline with cube. I will talk about this right now, but let's first go to the sphere. The sphere is another shape. You can do much with the sphere, as you can see. It's just has blending features and repetition. You know, another shape is curve. Curve has some cool features. You know, oh, since I've only selected these points, it's affecting that. By clicking outside of the points, you know, on top of these shapes that are in between of the points, you select the whole spline. And if I slide, I'm sliding the whole thing. You can blend too, by the way. A slide, you know, which area we like, more curvy, smaller to big. Thickness, the weight, slide are the features of the curve here. And gun. And gun is another shape in Unbound that you can use for everything. The cool thing is you can make them all single shape, repeat, or spline. All procedural, you know, that's really powerful. Obviously we can blend, make them round. Cool thing is N-gun can turn to a sphere too, which it has advantage, or it can be so sharp. We can animate this in our game, by the way. You know, they have advantage. Slides, very cool feature, and making it round. Another shape is cone. Cone doesn't have thickness, unfortunately, but if we use cube and making it round, we will have cylinder, this is what I was looking for. You know, you can create cylinder this way. If you lower than the thickness, you might face some resolution problem unless you go out and improve the resolution to the maximum, you know. Then if I come here and lower than the thickness, we won't have that issue as we had with the previous resolution. So using cube with thickness and round, we are able to create cylinder, which something that I was really looking for. I said Unbound doesn't have this feature, but I was wrong. Now cone. Cone is another cool shape which can turn to pyramid type, and also this can be a bento box. Cool stuff. What is this? Oh yeah, this can turn to a pyramid or a cube. Very cool features in Unbound. You can create a pyramid, you can make it curvy, you can turn it to cone, triangular type. Yeah, we can also blend. Really cool features, you know. The bloom effect is really cool. Yeah, I think I talk about all of these features, about the edit mode as well. Only this area. Alright. We need another shape to achieve that. By the way, you can blend this and blend these together. Also the colors also are blending as well. Putting this model away. This model looks okay. We can try other stuff here. going to the edit mode, for example, adding a cube, changing its color, for example, to a white blue-ish, sky blue. Okay. Here I'm going to use, what is it called? Subtractive. If I select subtractive, the magic of STF is showing itself here. This is what people really love. Almost impossible elsewhere. Even live boolean in ZBrush is not like this. This is what people really like. And inside Dreams, we have more than 10 ways of creating cool stuff with STF. I don't know why other developers are not using that. As you can see, it's super sharp. No polygon, and you can create some really cool stuff with this. This is subtractive. And if I click the blend, pay attention that I am here selecting the cube as subtractive. When it is in subtractive mode, it's going to be like this, hollow, you know. I am clicking the blend, it's going to be less sharp. See, we can make it more curvy and cool. You can rotate it, move it around, scale it. You can make your object more round. You know, the cool thing about the thickness area, you are able to create some sort of, what was the name, union subtractive intersection type. You know, we usually have this feature in uh, box cutter in Blender, or 3D code with vox height, stuff like that. These can be used for really cool stuff. We can use this to create hard surface features. You can blend it if you like, you know, or you can go all hard, hard, hard. Really sharp surface here. It's incredible in my opinion. But this is the power and magic of STF. Right, as you can see, we can do that. And obviously this is the additive. You add to it union type, you know, you can blend this. This is going to create a mirror, and it creates super powerful features, you know, like this, and they are all mirrored. Very powerful stuff. Mirror is there, but at the same time you can turn this to paint as well. This is paint mode. Another very powerful features of STF technology. You can paint with STF, and it's so capable and powerful in my opinion. As you can see, we can paint, we can turn it to subtractive, we are able to mirror this. Um, we can select the scopes, copy paste this. Immediately we are able to create complex shapes, which I don't want to do that right now. We also can change the color super fast. You know, you can turn this to color only, and you see how it's affecting the whole thing. I think it's because of the lighting right now. This area is little yellow. You know, if I move it around, yeah, shouldn't be like that. This is so powerful. You can do crazy stuff with this. Like hard surface and organic alien right now. And at the same time, you have the ability to change the color as you please. Which in my opinion is super cool. Not just that, you can change it from cube to sphere immediately. And use sphere features. As you can see, a very sci-fi looking character. You can turn it to the rest. The curve, which you can play around with your slides. The weights. The thickness. Oh, even the thickness is making some really cool stuff here. For example, if I play around, you can see that we are achieving some crazy shapes. Mind blowing to me. And you can see your shapes here as well. It's little hard to select because the thickness stuff. Yeah, sci-fi in no time. You can use a spline with subtractive as well, and a spline also can create some really crazy shapes. For example, if I select this, a sphere, turn it to spline, selecting the surface snap, selecting the points, this point, this point, and this point, adding repetition, blending a little, more points. I'm using a mouse, by the way. Vacuum can be faster, but not so different. I can lower down the repetition, bring the blending more. I can also mirror this. Change it to a weird shape. I can select here, scale the whole thing down, go into the points, surfaces, snap them again. Kind of weird shape, but add the repetition, and you can turn it to color only. You can turn it to subtractive and adding some sort of blending, I mean, repetition. You also can play with repetition to create these interesting shapes. You don't have to always add repetition to the highest point. As you can see, we carved to this and we are able to create some really weird shapes here. Um, Sadly, we can't use MSC for the individual part in one shape, but you can make MSC here as well, like it's alienish. You can use only to make it as you want. You can animate this like ding ding, those alien stuff that we see on videos recently. But yeah, we have managed to create a very weird shape. We can reset this center pivot. As you can see, I did reset center pivot and reset, kind of mess with the shape. So if you really want to play with, for example, its pivot and stuff, I personally suggest that you use joint and edit the pivots. Here, for example, you want to put this Mr. Joint in the middle, right? If you really care about the, I don't know if it is a bug at the moment, you know, the joints. Yeah, probably it's a bug. Hopefully they watch this and fix this. But it's a good idea to use the joints for custom specific pivots. You know, don't reset or center stuff. You can maybe, sadly you can't, but if you could, for example, reset the joint to the center, that would be nice, but not really so important. You can also select the joint to make it big and small, by the way, which is very cool. As you can see, we created some really looking cool stuff, and I shouldn't carry the way with this. Unlock, select the shape, go into the edit mode. These are the shapes I have created so far. It's a little hard to see this one. They might want to fix this later on because this is the curve shape. Yes, it's not a spline, and this, as you can see, a spline has a S. Curve is not really visible here, but you can see it's it's written here as a curve. So yeah, that's about the edit mode. I talk about the whole thing. You come to the stage part and select the if you lock it, it's going to be locked. Yeah, as you can see, kind of has a delay, but it's going to be locked, and you can create a new one, call it alien and you know, hide it, select it, or going to the stage here, joint alien, not calling it alien, and hiding it, showing it all, selecting it here, hide it now. Alright, we talk about the whole thing. That was like 2 hours. We talk about uh, everything, the whole user interface. It's in alpha stage. In time they are going to add more features, change stuff, obviously, but it's not going to be so difficult to learn the rest, you know. It's a straightforward thing. You probably will learn. I will try to make more tutorials, but for the next stage I am going to create a 3D scene. It's probably going to be an apple with a kind of disgruntled worm with mustache living inside it. Yeah, something like that. Okay, see you guys for the next stage. Bye for now. Alright, uh, now it's time to create a 3D art inside Unbound and demonstrating the whole things I just explained. Okay, probably I won't really need this scene despite this model is looking cool. Now I would like to, I didn't save this thing, so I will load this empty kind of thing and start making from scratch. Okay, I'm going to use my Wacom graphic tablet because when it comes to modeling, uh, Wacom does a better job compared to using a mouse. Excuse me. Okay, uh, I plan to create an apple with a worm inside it that is drinking a coffee and smoking. The worm will have a mustache, mustache. Sorry for my accent. Yeah, it's going to be funny. Mustache. Yeah, mustache. Before I start creating, I like to first make the environment and the light as I'm, you know, interested. The lighting that I desire. Let me create a plane. Okay. You also have to be careful about the memory. It's important to check your memory. You know, I this click because if I click and add a new model, they are part of one object. So this click or click, you know, on empty scene, or should I say in empty scene? Bad English. Anyway, create a new model. It's just something that, you know, if you miss something like this, come say reset all, it will be fixed. Go to the edit mode and selecting the sphere. Changing the colors to something that you like. you know. With the Wacom tablet, it's little difficult to double click stuff. It's because of my old Intuos Pro. I think the latest versions or expensive stuff, they are better. I have to purchase something new at the end. Yeah. It's a little hard to pick a good color with the color wheel. It needs little changing, but it is what it is, and it works, you know. Okay. I'm going to play with the lighting right now. Let's see. First with the environment. The top view I want to be kind of blue-ish. Yeah. Maybe less bluish for the center, or maybe it's in the jungle. In the jungle it tends to be little close to green. Yeah, I think that's good. And the ground should be more like the ground should be like dirt, the soil, you know. Little close to yeah, I think that's good. Okay, you have to save when you're working here. You know, select the current, save, and it saves really fast because I know that at the end I might face some problems, you know. I might face a crash or something, and that's not cool. I'm going to turn off the grid because it kind of ruins the visual for me. Am I going to add fog? Yes. Occlusion, I like that. Environment, yes, I want it to be some. It's hard to click with a vacuum, so I use my mouse for this. Okay, maybe little saturated blue. Okay, let's see about the fog. I want the fog to be near to white-ish blue. A fall off. The height I want to be low. Yes. It's a little hard to control this because if I put the fall off, excuse me, high, you know, can't understand anything about that. Only in this section you can feel the fall off, and I'm playing with the fog here. Yeah, little distance is good, and opacity. I think, let's see. Yes, if I lower the opacity, it's going to fade away. Let's see. Okay. I'm playing around with the fall off to get my desired look. Probably I'm going to add a little exposure. Now into the camera. Probably this is good. Well, I love bloom. Let's see. For the light, we would like to add a shadow. It's hard to click. I would like to add intensity. Probably a daylight. Yes and no. Like that. Little harsh lighting. Again, going to the camera. Work on the contrast. Saturation. Blacks, yes. Let's see about the blue. Maybe I go like that, yeah. Adding some contrast, more saturation. Vibrance kind of can ruin the whole thing. I want to have it lush jungle forest feeling. Rainy. Okay. Exposure, yes. Exposure can play a big role in my opinion. I don't know why vibrance is affecting the reflections like that. Yeah, let's go intense. We will decide later on how to deal with this. Yeah, I'm liking it for now. Cool. I think it can be interesting. Maybe lowering down the intensity. It doesn't really play a big role here for the lighting. The direction of the lights, I would like to make it this way. It actually is playing a big role. Oh, I'm clicking the radius. I meant I want to kind of lower than the intensity. The radius is okay. We might work more later on, but I think for now this is good. Switching to my Wacom tablet and I'm going to start creating the one. Now again you need to be careful and save. You don't want to lose all of your progress. Okay, let's make an apple. Well, apple should be red. Shouldn't be so perfect. You know. Going to copy paste. Edit. You know, you can select your model. Since I pressed Ctrl Z, it also removed what I did. Copy paste. What? What is this? Well, I have no idea. I'm going to delete that part. Going to delete this. Probably I messed with the. Maybe it was a bug. I don't know. It's in alpha. This shape we already did that. Okay, I'm going to make you small. I'm going to use subtractive, kind of imperfect you adding blend, you know, creating an apple feeling. Yeah, something like that. Eh, cool. It's also reflective, which I don't think is a bad idea, but maybe this amount of reflective would be enough. Go into the edit mode, select this dude, and we are going to make it a little darker because we are going to make the inside a little darker, right? Nice. Not so bad. I'm going to copy paste this, make it a little small. You know, I don't want to have a perfect app. You know, a little blend this. Yeah, something like that. I also want to bring this little up because at the end, at the bottom of the apple, I want to create, you know, its holes. Maybe I would like to make this little yellowish, by the way. As you can see, it's going to look like a tomato. But blend more, go inside a little. Uh, Maybe rotating you a little, stuff like that. Yeah, going to create bottom. Now if you want, for example, the color be like the previous one, you simply can, you know, or also, you know, I can select this to help me to see better. See, it was a little dark, but you have to remember to turn this off for the final work because obviously it will ruin your whole lighting. But to see better, you can do this. You also can click on lid to see better what you are doing, you know. But right now it's okay. Now if you want to, for example, select the color you are looking for, you can come out, for example, again, make it on lid and go to the edit, select this one, pick, you know, again, turn off the on lid. If I do this, it's hard to see. It's better that I turn on the uh, I don't know what's its name, camera facing light, guide face, I don't know what to call it. Alright, I'm going to create a bottom. for the apple. We don't want it to be perfect. You know, blending is going to help a lot here. Yep, I think it looks cool. We make it darker for the bottom, as you can see. We might want to add some more imperfection for the apple. To know, maybe this area we can copy paste, scaling you down. Blending you, selecting a kind of oh, mistakenly I clicked surfaces now. I don't know what did I do. Trying to find the right shape. Maybe if I blend more. Not good yet. It's cool, kind of. Yep. Now I can, for example, add this with surface snap. Usually apples I think have kind of darker stuff. I kind of turn it to very small stuff, lowering down, blending it. Zooming with vacuum is a little difficult. And you know, I can pressing C to quickly oh, cloning the cloning it. Maybe I went too dark. Yeah. I have no idea why it's so turned into, you know, I think it's because of the escape. Sometimes uh, I don't know what did I say. Sometimes this happens. I'm trying to find a good color. I don't like what I see. Let's undo all of this. I will think about this later. But it's cool, you know. I don't hate it, but I don't so much like it either. Hmm. Let's have it for now. Uh, let's go into first save it. I'm going to add a new sphere. It it was following the same scale, which is not so good and not so bad. Since it is the front, these are not affecting it. The other shapes, STF shapes. I'm going to make this. Yes, the color is really hard right now for me to pick the right color. I don't know what's going on. If the developers are watching this, they should be aware of that. I'm going to create what's the leaf? The trunk. What they call it in English, I don't know. Trunk, leaf, strands. Spline is little difficult to, you know, making it in a small scale. But it's okay right now. If I add more repetition make it thick. Makes my job a little difficult. But if I, for example, uh, scale it down, it might fix the problem. I probably will connect this to a trunk of a tree. Something. Going to add another one here. Going to make it a spline. Repetition. Blending. Okay, come closer. Less repetition. More blending. Scaling you down. direction. Maybe this way. Which direction should I look? Moving you in that direction. Scaling you down. Scaling this down. And yeah, something like this. If I select, for example, click here, it's going to select the whole trunk, and I'm going to put you down, lower you down. Okay, I'm going to create the leaf. It's going to be green, obviously, much bigger, something like this. It's going to be spline. Rotating this spline. As you can see, I'm selecting in middle of the points to select the whole spline. Selecting this dude. To add blending, repetition a little, adding some blend curve to this spline. It's not a bad idea. So, I'm playing around to capture the best leaves. It's okay. Alright, clicking in the middle of... Oh, come on. Or maybe I just add a new one here, making it little small, surface snap, turning the color down, making it only color, turning it to blending, making the spline. Maybe also this one too. Adding repetition, blending. Kind of bring it. If I use this, I'm just in this direction, you know, I'm not really going. Yeah, if you could, for example, create more points from different direction, that would be cool. Maybe I just put it into the color because I'm making it blending. You can select it from here. If you ignore the repetition, you know, it's too big, I think. Zooming with vacuum is a little difficult. Smaller the better. You know, you can go crazy with the small details. Since it is a tutorial, I'm not intended to go super crazy with this. But man, I think I need to select in between of a spline, copy paste, enable surface snap. You know, that would be interesting. To do this, right? And then copy pasting it, going in this direction. I think it's a bug, but it's helping actually. Yeah, as you can see, we can if we do this. I mean, if I increase the resolution, this will be way better. Which I will. First, let me fix that part. Maybe should be look like this. I think we need another one. Yeah. Well, we came all this way. Why not going till the end? Right? Now it's not affecting the behind. To making it affecting behind, probably we can do something like this. Or maybe the developers can create a feature, but it's kind of going to give me problems if I do that. So that's the leaf. Definitely could be better, but for the sake of tutorial, not going to go super crazy. So as you can see, I increased the resolution, and it's looking better. I was thinking to add a new color, only color. No idea why. Doing that, let's say, for example, as you can see, the accuracy of the color wheel is wrong. They need to improve it, right? And it's not really doing a good job. I mean, if I do that, it will be kind of better coloring, you know, if I simply just doing this, it's going to do a better job than this. The blending is not really a good one. Color blending here, I'm not really happy with the color blending with this one. One thing is, if I, for example, center the pivot, reset the whole thing, bring it up, I might get a better result. Might, I'm not so sure. Sadly, I'm not really happy with what I'm seeing here. Therefore, I'm going to turn it to a shape and blend it this way. As you can see, color is doing very much better job this way. I simply just put it back to avoid messing with its coloring stuff. Yeah, that's just better. So imagine this is an apple. Not a big deal, right? What is that one? Yeah, this one. We can bring it down here. Don't forget to save. And surface snap. Before doing that, I would like to change its color to maybe something better. If I also do this, I might get a better color, you know. But that's disgusting type of apple if I do that. So I have to use this and kind of accept it. Sadly, I'm not really happy with color here, but maybe this is okay. Creating some imperfection. Need to be careful about my memory, by the way. But I like the speed, to be honest. It's making my life easier, right? Now let's say that we did this and save. We might be able to fix these since we increase the resolution. You know, yeah, not so good, but it is something we can tolerate. I might be able to. Where is it? I have to use my color wheel. If I select So if I want to make something, I want to change its color, but I might be able to select the last point, right? I don't know, clicking with vacuum tab is always difficult. I might be able to make it darker, right? Making this little darker, you know. Cool. We have some sort of apple. I might be able to add another leaf here. Uh, yeah, looks better. Uh, Finding these is kind of difficult. Let's see. Yep. Copy paste. Looks okay. Let's say if I do that, no, it's not. Well, I always can do this. What is that? Where is it? Okay, probably have to shift select, and yes, there we go. Better, right? I was thinking to add more darker color for the bottom, but since it's not doing so good, I might want to use the blending shape, making it bigger, going up there, but apparently, yeah, this makes more sense. We can make it more better. like the surface. Right, going to save. Now let's add the Mr. Worm. I was thinking to make a house for, you know, our worm, so maybe creating a door, you know. If we had some remixes stuff, we could create a custom shape for the door, but let's see what I can do. Maybe I can create a custom shape, then use it as a remix inside that. I would like to create like a door, right? It's a little too thick. If I want to do that, so my cat is on drugs right now. I'm going to test how it's going to work, right? I'm going to try to create a doorway. So how can I do that? Um, I can copy this, paste, going on top. Let's see, yeah, something like that might work. Copy, paste. Yeah, I want only affect this. I can make this kind of okay. Let's see if I, for example, going to stop. First, I have to save because probably I can get crashes. If I put this here, what will happen? Right? Let's go to the edit. Where do I want to create the door? Yeah, I want to create the door here. What will happen if I'm getting some weird shapes, but I have to lower down the edit list. Come on. If it remove it, bring it again. Some parts are being weird, you know. Maybe because of this dude is making some problems for me. Picking the color, making it darker, blending. Just a little. Um, Again, bringing this model or copy, paste these and put it as a like a door, adjusting it, removing the blend, changing the color maybe to some wood door. It's really hard to make a good color here. Don't need the remix anymore. Removing this dude, coming back here. Where was I? Yes. Let me check if I'm recording. Yes, I am recording. 1 hour so far. Time. Okay. Then I might be able to fix this. I mean, edit these stuff. Making this color bluish like a stone. Right. Trying to match the... You might be able to use match, by the way. Let's see. Nope, you don't want to do that. Oh, that's shadow, yeah. Okay, trying to making it cool. Going to add a handle. Maybe the handle should be more colorful-ish. Since it's small, I don't really plan to go super crazy, but maybe I can copy paste and, you know, maybe create some feelings like that. Going to add a maybe if I use surface snap, it does a better job. Gotta try this technique. By the way, I might be able to cut this and paste this and making it you know, see through, and going to the edit, turning it to kind of bluish. I might be able to come here and copy this, going out, selecting this, edit, paste, and making it I'm so sorry. Uh, this happens. Cutting it, yeah, might be able to create some sort of glass effect, and we might be able to add some metal looking at stuff. Going back to this section, you know, a snap tool could really help us fixing that round area. Oh, it's difficult to be so accurate by hand. You know, maybe a deeper color with this one. Yeah, I don't like the color with these. I wanted to be, yeah, with gray stuff. It's better. Looking cool. Let's saving it. What else? Let me also save the video. I don't want to lose the whole thing. Excuse me. Alright, let's continue our project. We created a door, and fortunately behaving little. Maybe, yeah, that's better. It looks okay. It looks okay. But if I hover on top of it, just kind of behave different. Okay, it looks cool. I think I need to make the lighting later on a little darker, dramatic. I must say recording it. I'm going to add a window somewhere, a chimney, and the worm itself. And we can call this done. It's a little reflective. I might be able to make it rougher, you know. That's better. Okay, I'm going to add a chimney. No, going to add a window. Two windows. One window that the worm is coming out, another is another window. I want to add MSC for that window as well. Okay, let's go to the edit mode. Surface snap might be helpful. Not really, it wasn't really helpful. um, I want the window be like a cylinder. So to select a cylinder, what should I select? A cone and a cube, curve, not curve, sphere, not typically a cone. Might be a cool shape, this one. Let's make it a little bigger, you know. Maybe facing little that direction. After all, I don't know, should I do that or rotate it a little that way? Not so sure. Color, we would like to pick this one, making it a little darker. Maybe a little blending as well. Copy, paste it, making it a shape. Yeah, cutting it, pasting it. Um, Center the pivot. Going to add in see-through. Edit the color, making it kind of pick this color, you know. Adding an MSC. Nope, doesn't really work. Don't think this is a good idea. Don't know how should I make it look good. Let's remove it. Going here, selecting these two, copy, paste. Yeah, that's cool. Making a window like that, making it like this type of color, little more darker, more rougher, maybe a little metallic. No, not metallic. um Copy, paste, lower, making it a little longer, subtractive. Yep. uh, that's cool. Then again, copy, going out, pasting, making this see-through, selecting this color and making it like it's, you know, glass, probably emissive. Sadly, it's not really. Not sure how it works, but first save. We don't want to lose our progress. um, let's see. I wanted to kind of right, alright. For now, let's consider this that it's like that. Okay, I'm going to add a cube, scaling it down, creating some guards for the window. You know how it is. Maybe a little thicker, yes. Making it coming down. Little thicker. Cool. Maybe. Copy, paste. Turning on the snap, not the snap surface. Yeah, this can be cool. Maybe another one. Uh, there is a problem with the rotation here. Don't know exactly. What's going on? Probably with this snap dude. No, the porting didn't have anything to do with that. No. Copy, paste, and yeah. As you can see, it looks cool. Feels like that is. A night scene probably is better for that. Alright, let's say creating another window, this time cubic. Add in a cube, picking the color of this one. Our worm is going to come out of here, so I'm going to make it big. Let's go inside, subtractive, little blendy, right? Very cool. Copy this, paste it, turn it to mesh. Selecting the color of this one, adding the thickness, yes, making it. I mean, first let's go to the edit. Very cool. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be part of this. Okay, let's cut it. Coming out completely, pasting it here. Going to the edit. Yep, that's good. Okay. What else do we have here? I want to create a type of window, right? So copy, go out, paste, go to the edit, let's see. Right, a double window like that. So if I copy paste this without blending, yeah, it should work. Making it bigger, not that big. Yep. Less thicker. Let's copy paste. No blending. Cool. Alright, let's cut this, paste this, see through, add the resolution maybe. Go into the edits, making it thicker to see maybe better. Lower the resolution. Yeah. Saving, you know, it's important to save. I need to work on the door, by the way. Adding little texture would be cool. But for now, let's work on the windows and we add a chimney. So let's see what I can do with you. Cistro, MSC. If I make this little thicker, you know, let's make this more thicker. I probably have better resolution to deal with, but the model is going to be look so ugly. So ding 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 ding, going back, ding ding, cool. First of all, it's window, shouldn't be rough. Also, this is a window. This also shouldn't be rough. Do the metallic buttons, you know. This shouldn't be rough. Messy. Not sure it's helpful on blades. On blade is making it look better. I'm liking it. On blade with immersive. I'm liking it. Okay. for these two, for example, as you can see are here, I would like to first save, second stage, new joint, edit the pivot. Sadly I can't control the size of these lovely joints, but as you can see we have to fix this. Right, done. Now I am bingo, opening the window. Let's say hey, I want to open that like this. It's going to help a lot. I don't know if I can copy paste this. Yep, I can. Very cool. And I am able to make the other one. A curtain could be interesting. We will see later. Yeah. If I add on lit for this, by the way, wonder what it will look like. Cool. Let's save what we did so far. And we are going to add the Mr. Worm here. Oh, come on, zoom with Wacom tablet is difficult. We eventually have to add a tree as well, right? Let's see. Let's fix the textures for these, by the way. Um, let's see. Let's see what color. You know what? I delete this. I come back, save, bring in the remix kit, adding a new model, going to the edits, set edits, picking this color, going darker, right, making it smaller, smaller. My fingers are feeling numb. It's been like 4 or 5 hours I'm doing this. I'm going to copy this, paste, making it like that. This little blend, creating bunch of a stone-ish feeling, making it a little more maybe darker. Yeah. Copy paste this, bring it here. Yeah, as you can see. Copy pasting again, creating some sort of organic stone-ish. Stuff like that. Maybe copy paste, turning it to a sphere, making it with a brighter color. Oh, I'm doing so much hard work, but remix doesn't capture color, which is not really a good thing, but we will see. Surface snap, stop the edit. How is our memory, by the way? It's 32. Oops. Come on, boy. Center pivot. Yeah. Ah. Not sure, but I was thinking to create some organic shapes this way. Maybe I can, for example, have you here, sir, going to Mr. Door, pasting it here. Nope. Copying you, edit, paste. Why you are not doing that? Cutting you, pasting you. I don't know why. I want to copy this model. I want to paste it here. but unfortunately it's not accepting that. So what should I do? I have no idea. Let's see if I manage to add this. What are these? Yeah, that's okay. We would like to add this model, you know, by copying this model, by copying and pasting this model here. But probably I can go to edit mode, right, select everything, cutting the whole thing, coming here and pasting it here, and apparently it worked, but you don't want to, it's not going to work as you were thinking, so removing it. Maybe this way we'll be able to. Surface is also, snap surface is not going to help us, but cloning might help us. Maybe it's a stupid approach I'm taking. Not so sure. What are you doing, man? Is it necessary? No, I don't think that's a very smart approach. Forget this. I will make it. If I put it into this area, by the way, and if I come here, it's not going to look good at all. So, nope. Thank you. For now, let's have this. We will think about that. I'm going to simply select a sphere, picking the wood color, making it little darker, little blending with color, making it smaller, turning it to spline, dear surface snap. Where are you guys? Come on. Alright, as you can see, repetition, super blending, selecting between, making it small, selecting the points, adding. Yes. I'm going to add some wall texture to here. I might just subtract, yes, that also sounds interesting to me. You know, it's a kind of little tedious workflow, but maybe in future it will be more smart. Um, if we had an array, that would be cool. Copy pasting this. copy pasting this. Sadly, it's not listening properly, and this one also went too far, too deep, and we don't want that. Same for this one. Later we will work with the, you know, I will work with the snap tools. I think I did, yeah, mistake. Alright. Going to this one. Selecting this dude. It's a repetitive process, I understand, but you really have to work hard to achieve greatness. No pain, no gain. As Arnold Schwarzenegger says, or we have our own saying. For example, the great Ferdowsi says, uh, without suffering, no treasure. You won't achieve a treasure, which the Persian is نابرد رنج گنج میسر نشود, something like that. That's why this workflow is tedious a little, but at the end, as you can see, we managed to make a cool texture wood. Let's save this before we lose anything or face any crash. I would like to add some texture later on for this wood stuff imperfection. I can go super deep with this, you know, but I don't know how much time should I spend. This tutorial is right now more than 5 hours already. You know, I can add crazy imperfection stuff here, you know, making it color, turning the color to something like that. And like playing around with it. hard for a picky guy to select a good color. What? When did I select Engon for you? Sadly, the color wheel is really behaving bad. They really need to figure something out. Yeah, I'm just creating some imperfection, different variety of colors. For the splats that we have some color variety, we might be able to add for the geometry too. You know, can be interesting. You know, I can go all day fixing this. I would like to add some small stony stuff for this dude as well. Pick this, maybe little darker stuff, or I should make this little darker and make this little lighter, right? Yeah, as you can see. Hmm. Sorry, I can't talk too much. I'm focusing. I'm going to add small stone like this, kind of going to create some imperfection. I wonder who made this for this world. I wanted to control Z, but I know that if I do control Z, I might get weird behavior, so I try to avoid control Z. see. Oh my god, what? Need to be careful. Oh oh. Oh oh. Probably out of memory. No, I'm not out of memory. Let's save. It's scary sometimes. Easy does it. Easy boy. We recently playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Kind of into saying cowboy stuff. But I always play Witcher 3. The ambient music you're listening also is from Witcher 3. I also finished most the whole 8 volume. I'm at the end of the Season of Storms. Just saying that I'm really a Witcher fan. I might create something with Unbound for Witcher. Making it go inside little, create some cool blending that can make some cool imperfection stuff. I like it. They say God didn't make a straight way from the Prometheus movie. We don't want to make so straight stuff. We have to create some imperfection. As you can see, it looks really cool, but I'm not sure if I should really go super detailed with this tutorial, since it is a tutorial after all. But probably a good guide for people who are watching this. This is too organic. Let's see. Yeah, little like that. This is too good. Yeah, I think we managed to make it a little organic without adding extra texture and stuff. I think that looks cool. As far as the tutorial goes, not so happy with the textures there, but you know, let's focus on the most important stuff. Let's remove this. We don't want this anymore. What an apple. uh, how much? It's been 1 hour time. I have some doctor appointment today. It's 5 p.m. I have to go. Alright, let's see. The worm dude. Make a new model. Going to edit mode. Nope. I want to change this to an sphere. our lovely worm should be this green, little dark. We are going to introduce splats this time as well. Since he's the main character, I want to go high super resolution with it. Let's zoom in a little. But the splats only show up like that. Bump is always a good thing. Splat size. Definitely color. Oh, come on. For now, let's go this way. Obviously, we need to make it a little smaller. It's a fat worm. Right? Undo. You don't want to mess. It's really difficult to select these gizmos, and I don't want to mess with the rotation and stuff. Going to the edit. Let's see about the roughness. Let's no omelette. For now, I don't think so. Saving. Not to lose progress. Going to the edit mode. Obviously, we want it to be a spline. Yes. Adding another. Okay. Alright. Our worm is little big right now. I'm trying to see if I can make this flat size a little smaller, and overall our mosquitoes going just to your mouth. Go away. Think the size is okay. The splats are cool too. I don't have to really work so much with the yeah. I'm liking this now. Alright, let's make the face a little unique. Cool. Awesome. I would like to copy this. Obviously paste this. I want to create hands, so holding his coffee first morning. Nope, nope, nope. The whole hand, I mean, yeah. Something like that. Maybe the splats are too much. Maybe the opacity, nope. Maybe I should change the splats. Nope. Um, Maybe the bump is too much. Yeah. Maybe I should do this for this one too. Yeah, this makes making it look cool. And also if you put the jitter pose 0 and the bump 0, the splats can act as a texture too. You know, you can add kind of imperfection to your model. Like this. But I'm happy for now with this. Uh, Size is good. Trying different textures. I think that's cool. Same thing goes for this one. Yes, okay. Mm, like holding his hand. For his morning coffee. I need to stop, copy, paste, edit, making sometimes a little hard to navigate and select points. We will work on the position of the hands better later, right? I'm going to add, come on, a nose. Well, I want it to be maybe an sphere. Yes, a sphere for sure. I mean, little desaturated, pinky nose. Right. First, I'm going to turn it to spline. Surface snap. Right. I'm going to make this smaller, smaller. Zooming in. Okay. Yes. This works. Something like that. Probably I'm going to make the nose. Yeah. Probably going to add this as a color. To make it more like a drunk, warm. As I'm working, my eyes is getting tired for the intense color I've created. That would be nice if we could have an steady lighting inside Unbound, like dreams. Okay, saving so that I don't lose all of these. We are going to add a mustache. 17 memory is still very impressive in my opinion. Good so far. Let me save what I recorded so that I don't lose the whole thing. Alright, previously I faced a error, a crash, so kind of lost my progress. I don't think I would like to post that video again, because what's the point? I'm going to repeat the same process again, and that's not really a good idea. What I did before was to create a mustache, eyebrow, and an eye, no, eyes, and then a cup, a coffee cup. The mustache that I created is just a spline with little low resolution and a splash, played with these features to create the look that I was looking for. I think the color is, yes, tilted to green a little, so that it kind of looks like the whole body, also other lips. You know, you have to constantly save your work. That's important. Okay, now let's go create the eyes, and if you save constantly, that's going to be easy. Turn it to a sphere, bringing it close to the eye. I mean, as you can see, I kind of move the object in edit mode. If I do that, I will mess the pivot, so it's best that I go out of the edit mode and move the object to the place that I'm interested, I want. Then inside edit mode, play around with the settings. I want to turn off the grid, it's kind of in the way. Okay, let's create the eye. The bigger the better, kind of, because most of the emotions for this any character is coming for the eye. Yep, that's not too bad. Now I would like to open the scope icon. First, let's save. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. Copy this outside, paste it. See, we have two. Turn it, cut it, go inside. Since I did a Ctrl Z, kind of undo my copy paste. Copy, go inside, here, go inside the worm edit mode, paste the eye, copying, paste, Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Let's cut this one, paste it. It didn't work out. Don't know what's going on with this. We copy, select it, paste it. Oh my. I will copy this. I go inside here. Maybe I select here. Paste it. Probably it's another bug. It's giving me little problems. Don't know why it's not really working. It's inside that, yeah. I am going to cut you, going here, edit mode, going to paste you, but unfortunately I think it's a bug. That's very weird. Oh, I think I know what's wrong. I did this before. What happened? I can't move my... Yeah, I cannot move my model. Yep. The problem is that if you do this outside of the edit mode, it's not going to work. It was a good demonstration for anyone. As you can see, my rotation is a little weird. When you face something like that, press the F or the frame view and it probably fixes. See? Now, I go inside edit mode. I'm going to turn off the grid. I'm going inside the edit mode. Click the scope icon. Copy this. Come here and paste it. As you can see, it worked. Subtractive, little blend, scale it down a little, more blend, change the color, something like that. Probably need more blend. Scale it down, more blend, scale it down. Yeah, don't know why I changed the... Since I'm kind of scale it down too much, you don't see the color. to have more blend. Yeah, I think that's good. Going to save again. I don't want to lose the progress. This is going to be reflective. Going to the edit mode to add the color for the eyes. Surface snap, turn it on. Scale it down, a little like that. Let's select the color. I don't know what color is best that I choose. Something like this. Make it a little big. Rotate it a little. Alright. Copy this, paste, lower it down. Yeah, think that's cool. Probably better than before. Selecting the first shape, making it a little. Yeah, that's cool. Putting it more inside. Yeah. Inside the worm, I would like to copy, paste, put this one here. Probably if I mirror this, you go. You know, probably because the uh, pivot is not in the right direction. It's not really a good mirror. Let's see how. Okay. Probably have to make it lower, a little bigger, thicker. A little higher. Too much maybe. Yeah. Looks okay. Selecting this eye. Copy paste. Let's see how the mirror works here. Not really good. So I don't want to select put to the center stuff because sometimes when you do that the textures are going to be in a bad mode. I mean it's going to be pixelated somehow. Which later on they will probably fix it. but right now it's not an option. Let's test it. No, fortunately it's okay. Oh, the surface snap was on. It's causing little problem. Okay. Adjusting this is a little hard because the pivot is weird. Hmm. Okay, saving our file. Okay, I'm going to add the eyebrows. If he said no, I hope I didn't add two. Here, let's investigate. Oh, I think it's, yeah, unlock. No, it's just lock. Scope mode. Also, in a stage mode, my icon's looking a little weird. Probably I can make it smaller. Yeah, even maybe a smaller. Better. In case you want to do that. Also, there is a sound you can control. I'm not sure if I set this in the introduction. Alright, let's go at the eyebrows. We might be able to copy the mustache and use it for the eyebrows, you know, adding surface snap. There was a special look I was looking for the eyebrows, a sleepy one for the morning. I think I came with this. Hey, looks funny. Okay, I think that's good. The look I was looking for was here, something like a sleepy. To create the sleepy mood, I have to save not bad. We always can adjust this later on. Saving. Let's go add the cup for the coffee. Adding a new model. Going to the edit mode. For now, let's pick this color. I will think about it later. The roughness is good. I would like to change it to the cube is okay, but we can use this to turn it to a cylinder and add the thickness like this, little rounded. We created a cup, little thicker. Copy this shape, paste it, bring it here, remove the thickness, go like that. Right, add a little roundness, yes. Also copying, pasting, making it a little smaller. Saving. Yeah, I would like to rotate these, turn on the snap, rotating, cool, turning off the snap, selecting this dude, inside, yes. Turning it to a coffee color, little darker, yeah. That looks cool. Maybe a little blend, yeah, that's also create some water effect, you know, in real world you see something like this. Okay, I'm going to save. I'm going to add the handle. Like to pick the color here, turn it to a spline, surface snap is there, here. Selecting, making it a little smaller. Turn off this surface snap, saving progress. Maybe we need another point, but we will see. blending, adding repetition. Yeah, we need another point. Turning on the surface snap. Repetition lower. Yep, turn off the surface snap. Trying to add the handle. Undo. Okay. Okay, like that. Okay. Trying to create achieving the best. Yeah, I think that's cool. Lower can be, yeah, this can be like that. We can make it later come up. Looks okay to me. I would like to add some texture color to this as well. Changing the color to something like this, and adding the blend, you know, just a little variation in color would be nice, right? Cool, let's go outside the edit mode, save. Let's rotate this. I would like to add some logo for this cup, and later I would like to add some smoke vapor from the hot water. Okay, going to the edit mode, let's save, surface snap, turn this on. By the way, let's see our memory. It's 24, so we have still some room to explore. Turning this to spline 4 point. Okay, selecting, but I'm clicking in middle of the points, it selects the whole spline. I want to put it a little lower, turning it only color, maybe just a little blend. Right, I can copy paste this, put this behind, making it a little bigger, going with a kind of darker color, it creates some effect like that, making it bigger, some sort of graffiti, shadows, things like that. Make it much bigger. I want to cover the whole area. Maybe I can just click it by hand. Yeah, something like that. Saving. I want to lose again. Adding the eyes. Selecting some sort of white. Color part. Copy, paste. Making it blackish. Lowering it. Just a little blend would be nice. Yeah, looking so cool. Saving. Going to add the nose and the smile for the nose. We would like to go It has a problem with vacuum, zooming stuff is a little difficult. To pick the accurate color, I just go pick this color. Turn it to color only, add in a little blend, and yeah, saving my progress. Going to add this smile. color only, little blend. Yeah, that's cool. You know, we use the points, can create some depth and perspective. I don't know, the zooming is weird, man. Maybe I press the F key and kind of fix it, but no. Select in between, adding blend. That's the best we can get. I think for the lip and the nose we can do some creative things. Like I can copy, paste, put it behind, make it little bigger, go in darker colors. Yeah, it's way better. Same thing for this one. As you can see, cool. And for the eyes, we might be able to do that. Bring it back, selecting a darker-ish color, making it bigger. Yep, Philippoo. Yes. Cool, right? This image is for his childhood. Now he has mustache. Stuff like that. Let's save him before losing the whole progress. Yeah, I'm liking it. Now I'm going to add the smoke vapory stuff. A sugar thing also we can use. Turning it to sphere. Spline obviously. No surface snap. Selecting the points. Creating the feeling of vapor. Obviously repetition, blend. Making it small. Adding another point. Making this saving, see-through, unlit, see-through, how about the splats? Making to know how it looks like. With the splat it's better, we go with the splats. I don't need to. Looking good. Onlit is good. Messy might be interesting. Obviously you don't want to add this, but for editing you might want to do that, you know. Copy paste this. Make it smaller. Messy. I think it's too big. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's cool. Let's saving it. maybe the opacity should be lower. Yeah. If I add some lit, emissive makes sense. The rest is the rendering inside Unbound that needs to be better in future. Cool. That's for the coffee, and I need to add, selecting this, select this, going to this stage, new joint, coffee. If I wrote it properly. Yes, yeah. The joint is helpful to move things around better. We can edit the pivot, by the way, for the joint. Maybe here. And here. Done. And save. Obviously, scaling it down. Little more, scale it down. Yeah, I think that's about right. And but I want to show the icon too, the logo. Don't want to rotate it too much. Yeah. Cool. So I think most of it is okay now. I would like to work with the lighting a little more. Let's see if I'm saving. Yeah, I'm in recording. Let's see. I have some problems with saving. I'm just saying saving. Um, yeah, I was thinking to go and make the lighting more darker. Not that dark, but let me use my mouse because it's easier to select the mouse. I was thinking to make the scene more green, like a jungle. Blue sky is more like more whiter. Okay. Fog is nothing right now that much. Duration. That's for now better. And where is the light? The light is here, bringing it closer to the view. Let's see how the intensity might work. Let's select the color to be more like sunsetty, sunrise, I mean. Yep, that's better. Now as far as the direction, select more dramatic lighting. Cool. Okay, saving. Going to add a new light. This lovely light is going to be a blob. My cat is crazy. Wah, wah. Let's select the don't know why the intensity is too much here. If the blob had the feature for the shadow, that would be obviously better. Let's see about Mr. Bloom. Threshold. Probably vibrance. Yeah, this vibrance is crazy, man. Mess with everything. Let's select the color. something like that. Don't know we can copy the lights here, unfortunately, but let's see if I can. Yep. Let's save our progress. Not so happy with it. It's too much. If I put this behind, what will happen? Unfortunately, the bloom is not really showing that much. What about this radius, dude? So I think I should control this with it's just not enough. Okay, that's not the good thing, that you have to create a new light and play with the setting from scratch. I want to create some sort of foggy stuff. So maybe if I create something like this, see-through is flat, low resolution, also turning this to sphere, low opacity, this dude, fluffy, controlling the I want to see what I can achieve, some sort of atmospheric effect, you know what I mean? It's hard to see what's going on there. Maybe I need to first go with the opacity. Also only it can be interesting. lower down the opacity a lot. Yeah, better than nothing in my opinion. Copy paste, putting it here too. Again, color should be more into what's going on with Discord. Center the pivot. It's beyond the current rendering these capabilities right now, but it could be interesting to create some atmospheric effect with this. Oh, come on, Mr. Zoom. But I will put it there in case, you know. Saving. I need to add a chimney. Okay. Going to this lovely apple, which we made it to this. A chimney and maybe some cloth, dresses for cleaning could be interesting. Yeah. Let's go for the chimney first. I think for the chimney I would try to first, let's see, some sort of, first pick the color from here, that would be cool. For the chimney, maybe a cone. Usually chimneys are like that, but sadly this doesn't support thickness, but I can make it myself. It's not that big of a deal. Not sure where should I put the chimney first. You might be able to, for example, make it like that. Probably. Chimneys are not that tall, Probably this is cool. First, this is going to be like that. Add a little blending. And copy paste, make it a 3D. Smaller. Copy, paste, lower it down, subtractive, you can see yep, and little maybe blending. Thicker. That's good. Copy, paste, bigger. Color should be brighter, you know. Copy paste this again. Right. Saving our progress. Would like to create some stony look, so we are going to add surface snap for this. Now going to fix the problems. Go inside. Saving. Let's see how much I'm spending time. Despite its alpha and has its own limitation, Unbound and STF is truly an amazing journey. It's amazing that we are doing all of this inside one application, and we are avoiding all of the difficult tasks of uh, modeling, sculpting, retopologizing, baking, texturing. STF is truly amazing technology and can help artists to unleash their creativity and ideas. Such a great journey, in my opinion. More programs should develop STF. Some STF programs only focus on the modeling part, but texturing with STF is amazing. Even they can use STF for their lighting, because as you can see, we are able to add colors right away and really create cool stuff with this. Something that is not easily possible elsewhere. We are avoiding the whole polygon stuff here. I mean, if you wanted to create something like this inside Blender, you had more hard times than making something like this so easily inside STF. You just have to learn the language of STF, and obviously Unbound developers should make this even better, add more features, you know, inspired from Dreams for PS4. Sadly, PS4 Dreams for PlayStation Media Molecule discontinued Dreams, and they kind of maybe just use their technology for their own games. But Dreams could be a game engine as well. But good news is Unbound is doing that, and they're very smart people because they created this themselves, and it's not an easy task, to be honest. And artists like me are able to unleash our creativity. Um, Making something like this with ZBrush Blender is indeed taking time. That technical difficulties, they pose you, push you back. They are repulsive to, unleash your creativity. We always see some VR apps to be so user friendly, but STF is incredibly helpful, and without dealing with all of those difficulties, you just can create your ideas. And if they work more with STF, creating more shapes, better blendings, things that you can do for sculpting. I created a video, it's available in my YouTube channel, that I explored more than 10 ways. I think it was 12 ways of sculpting with Dreams for PS4 and PS5 with STF. That is, some people manage to create things that you do with ZBrush, super detailed sculptings. You can do these things with STF as well if you really study it. Now I'm going to add some stone on top as well. Probably going to change the color for this one. Woodish. Don't surface me. Yeah, SDF is super easy and enjoyable if the developers really work hard and inspire from dreams, because dreams is the leading SDF in my opinion. They can fix every problem that might be there. I personally discovered more than 10 ways of sculpting with dreams professionally that you can use for many cool stuff. So why not using that with Unbound? Unbound developers also can push this more further. Like the techniques like stamp clone with arrays. I personally really like that feature. Smear is such a great app, you know, uh, way of sculpting. So cool, I'm liking this. Let's save. I don't know how far I want to take this, because this is a tutorial and I have to upload all of these, but we will see. Let's copy paste. Obviously it's going to be for the chimney. Center pivot. No, you don't want to center the pivot, it's kind of rolls. I don't want to use a spline for this one. I want it to be a little more cartoonish. Maybe that direction. Another one. Yeah, that looks cool. I can add lots of stuff here. Not sure how far I want to take this. I was thinking to add a branch. You know. Let's add a new model. edit, turn it to sphere, pick the color for this branch. Oh, it went so dark. Okay. Okay. It's a rough, yes. It's too big. Yeah, the other one is better. Edit. Spline. Add. Repetition, blending. Adding bit. Yep. Add. I'm going to add, make it like a tree or something. So these obviously can be bigger because it's a trunk. Come on, dude. Scale up. As you can see how fast and easy it is to create something with this CF, you know, how cool it is, right? I'm going to, for example, let's see how should you want to go higher because I want to kind of show the edit, save before dying. crazy cool it is, right? How cool it is. Very little. Yeah. That's really cool. I don't like what I did. Uh, going to create some leaves. I don't like the leaves I've made there. Maybe I create a new model, editing it, putting it to the sphere, making it some sort of green, and going crazy with the splats, lowering down the resolution, selecting these. Mm-hmm. Yep, I think that's cool. Since it's not center, it's hard to select this even. Centering it is going to fix the I see. Going to the edit, copy, pasting, blending. Splats behave kind of weird. Right? Yeah, you don't want this one. Touch this. Copy paste these and put these here as well. And let's edit that. I think we got something really cool. I don't like the shadow there, I will fix that. Also, I remember uh, the branches here, they look somehow nice. I don't want to destroy the whole look of the branches. You know what I mean? Yeah, as you can see, looks cool. Yeah, resolution. Oh yeah, even adding more resolution makes it even more cool. Saving it before losing it. See through. See, not necessary. Right. Okay, I'm going to add editing this. Well, I'm going to make it green. I'm going to add see kind of like that. Maybe if I make this little thick, making it a little thicker. Not happy with the blending with the sphere, to be honest. Mhm. I'm using Control C, by the way. looking great. Obviously, how is the memory doing? That's really a good thing, because our memory is pretty in good shape. Splats, grass, fluffy, jittery, bumpy. Splat size, not too much. Sadly, the color part is not really playing a big role here. Yeah, that's cool, right? But I was hoping to see better color. I'm not seeing that here. Maybe if I selecting the whole thing. Yeah, better color now. Let's see. Better. We can animate this like a wind effect, you know. But it's okay. Yeah. As for the trunk, maybe I can add some textures to it. Yeah, already looking good. I'm kinda lazy right now to texture the trunk. So I'm thinking maybe, hey, I can add the colors quickly this way. And it's kind of doing that. Lower that the opacity. How about this? Hmm. Opacity on top. It's too intense. How about this one? The on lit. Oh, you don't want to go with on lit. See-through, obviously, nope. Emphasis. Maybe a little. We might be able to add more size, less opacity, maybe more size. Something like that can be interesting. Now we need to work on the lighting. Right now it's not really doing good. As far as the modeling, that's it. Congratulations if you followed along with me so far, and I hope I'll be able to upload this. But as far as the modeling goes, yeah, that's it. Let's go with the lighting. Let's see what I can do with the environment. I don't want to go super bright for the background environment. Okay. Okay. Let's see about the fog. cool. Now to the camera. It's okay. It's cool. Okay, the lighting here. The color is not really affecting as it should be. I want some sunrise-ish color, but go back. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Little exposure might be cool. Sadly, splats are no casting shadows. You know. No, it could be cool. Uh, yeah, I might be able to add some sort of shapes. You know, let's say yeah, I want to bring these shapes in a way that they cast shadows. that it kind of affect the object, like it's, you know, some leaves, things like that. I just have to see where it is casting shadows. Yeah, come on. Making it small, smaller. This is not letting me to catch that shadow. By the way, if I turn off the fog, what will happen? Nothing much happens. So what will happen if I how the shadow will look like from that distance? Not so good. How about now? It's not that great in terms of texture size stuff. Okay, I forgot to add a postal and a number to the door, you know. These are not so helpful, but let's have them for now. Save. Uh, Going to add a new light for the door. A blob. Come here, boy. Here. We want it to look blue. I can create a lamp. Yeah. And I even can create, yeah, some like IES type of lighting. Brilliant. Very cool. Okay. For now, little less. Okay, okay. I'm liking the idea. Adding a new model. Lowering down. Into the edit mode. Making it a little more like blacky. You know, it's a metal thing. Changing it to a cone. Turning on this snap here. Awesome. And going to the edit. I am in the edit scope. Copy, paste. We don't want this dude. Scale it down. F for the focus. Brilliant. Granted this snap and the scale did work out so well. Little blend, yes. Going back, center pivot, scaling down. Just maybe a little like that. Right. Going to the edit, adding a sphere. It's hard to see. Going to the stage mode. It's too small. Yeah. It's putting it inside. Now get back to work. Here, edit. Calm down, boy. Cool, right? Go to this spline. Add. Ah, come on. Add. And it's not a straight. direction, blending, selecting in between, making it brilliant, right? And we might be able to add some sort of cover like this. Making it big. Moving it a little that direction to the right. Brilliant. Saving the process. Alright. Go to the stage, selecting this dude. Intensity, little more, yep. I mean, this little worm is attracting too many preys. Hunters, you know. I think it's a little too intense. That's okay. A postal thing. I think these guys are just ruining the experience in the shadows. Need to be sharp here. And let's see. Am I saving the process? This is really looking good as far as the tutorial goes. Yeah, I just wanted to add the postal thing here. Organizer and edit list. Why they were disappearing? Anyways, a postal thing. paste, scale it down. Copy, paste. Think I need to select this, post this, edit this, copy paste. Yep, that's better. Cool. Now another one. Super duper. The entry F. Yeah, something like this. Copy, paste, subtractive. Yeah, something like that. Selecting this, I think I need to. Yeah. Maybe changing the color for this one little bluish, and adding a bigger sphere like that, changing its color, blur. Okay, maybe I'm going to write a name inside it too. Let's save our progress. Let's say maybe post with some nice blue. With a snap. Turning it to spline. Spline. vertical. Adding a point. Rotation. Okay. Selecting in between. Scaling it down. Post. Copy paste. Turning it to O. Copy, paste, turning this to I think I need to add more points. It's looking like 5. I need to turn it to S. Copy, paste. Now I need to turn this one to T. Post. Selecting in between. Now selecting all of these guys, copy, pasting, putting them behind, making them a little bigger, going a darker color. Yeah. That's a good technique, right? Okay. Let's go to the DS stage. Environment exposure might be. Environment exposure. Too much environment. doesn't show the camera. Hello. Think. Pro. Saving. Not super happy with the lighting, to be honest. Try to capture some sort of sunrise or sunset, but it's more like a sunset, to be honest. Okay. Let's pause for now and we wrap this up. Oh, I forgot to add the number. Add a new model tab. Adding a new model. Yes. F to zoom in. I'm going to add my own signature as the name of the worm, and yeah, line M. Okay. Making it small, putting it here. Okay, and for example, another one for the number. I think I go with number 7. Yeah, I think that's cool. Saving the project. And I think we are completely done. I think the lighting could be better, but saving. Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing. And maybe we could, for example, completely camera. think that's all right. Yep. I think that's all I can do for this project at the moment. Yep. Happy with the result. Thanks for watching, and I will review the whole thing in the next video. Alright, let's review some stuff. I think I want to add some textures here as well. Some textures quickly, you know. Going to a little add variety to the textures here. This is also really clean, you know. I would like to add a little textures there as well. Yep. Edit please, where are you? Better. That's better. Save it. Yes. Maybe here I can make it little come closer. I mean, away from the apple itself. Same thing for this one. Cool, right? For the door, maybe I can also add something as well. Oh, you got me. Ha ha ha. But you don't got me. You don't get me, I mean. Well, I have to do that again. Well, compared to the previous one, it's nothing. Again, I would like to add some Copy, paste. Very cool, right? Coming here. Adding something. Blending for the lamp. Saving. Right. Some rusty effect. Saving the process. I think, yeah, I wanted to. The lovely door that gave me some headache. Uh-oh. Cool. I'm going to add some the darker color for the end of the door. It's so hard to select the right color. Oh, that was difficult. Saving, saving, saving. Yeah, I think that's that. Um, I just wanted to show you the end result. Everything happened from scratch. In this real-time tutorial I showed you everything about the creations and the UI, how you can model create inside Unbound. One thing that you need to keep in mind is that Unbound is a game engine, and this is the modeling features of Unbound, right? If you want to create a game, with Unbound, you need to be more optimized, right? You don't want to be creating everything like this, because if you want your characters to move, you need to prepare it for animation. This character, for example, is not well prepared for animation, but if you just want to create a static models, obviously these works. So you need to understand that it's just not a modeler creation tool. If you want to do animation or create a video game, you need to prepare your models for video games. You need to keep in mind about the memory here. You might want to create several levels, so you need to really go optimize and performance wise. You don't want to waste everything on just one model. But this tutorial really showed you everything about Unbound as a creation part. As far as for the creation, modeling, UI stuff goes, I try to cover everything. But for the programming part, I personally myself need to study that Lua stuff to understand it. I showed you the tutorial I need to watch to start to programming, creating game logic. They are working on the visual scripting as well. Probably, most likely, they will add animation particles, physics are coming, but maybe they add more features about the modeling and sculpting features that I showed them. But so far, as far as the modeling goes, this is Unbound modeling, and I think I covered almost everything. Uh, you can create amazing stuff with it. SDF is very cool. Okay, I hope that it was useful. Let me know. You know where to reach me. This is my Twitter. If you want to talk to me, let me know. Yeah, I hope it was informative, useful, and you learned some cool stuff. I really had fun making this. Makan is signing out. Cheers.